Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We are broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Welcome into all of you on this historic launch day, as for the first time, a crewed Dragon spacecraft is preparing to lift off from Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You're taking a live look right now at the Falcon 9 rocket ready to support this launch. Falcon booster B-1085 looking to fly for its second time. Of course, a brand new second stage. And atop the stack, the Crew Dragon named Freedom, which first flew with the Crew 4 mission, the fourth 6-month crew rotation flight to the International Space Station. Now making its fourth flight, coming up in about T-minus 4 hours, 13 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. Hope you're all having a good start to your weekend, and want to start by extending our thoughts to all of those who've been impacted by Hurricane, now I believe tropical depression, Helene. It has been a large and wide-reaching storm, and so hopefully all of those in the storm's path took the precautions necessary to stay as safe as possible and are dealing with the impacts of flooding and the wind as best as you possibly can. Supporting our launch coverage today, of course, is our editor for Spaceflight Now, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast. Our Michael Kane will also be out doing some launch photography today. Our Adam Bernstein is off this morning, but if you'd like to follow the fellas over on their social channels, you can find them on X, formerly known as Twitter. Michael is at MD Kane Jr., Adam at A Burn NYC. Be sure to follow Spaceflight Now, it's simply at Spaceflight Now. We are also on Threads as well as Facebook if you don't happen to be on Twitter yourself. We're also joined in covering this historic launch by our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. As we're kicking off our multi-hour live stream, really want to extend our appreciation to the just shy of 800 of you that are starting with us live this morning, kicking off our broadcast coverage here. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button, and as some more people start to find their way into our live coverage, we'd appreciate if you could encourage them to do so. As more people engage, the more people will find it, and that sort of tension helps us do big launch coverage like this today. Got some live interviews to look forward to as we continue on with the countdown, so look forward to those throughout the course of this broadcast, as well as some pre-recorded conversations that we had with subject matter experts on the Crew Dragon spacecraft, as well as on Pad 40 safety operations itself. Want to certainly thank our wonderful moderators in the live chat. I see Callistia Lee is joining with us this morning. We'll be sure to keep our eyes peeled for any of the other mods who happen to pop on in as we continue our countdown here. As you can see, we've got some avian friends soaring high as we're hoping to see the Falcon 9 do the same in just a little more than 4 hours. We're also powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, so thanks to folks like The Rocket Girl, Butterfly, Rick Donner, of course, Callistia Lee, Sulfur for Lunch, Janeo Hathanzi, pardon me, M. Teresa, many others. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here at the Cape in 4K. Speaking of our online shop, if you haven't already, we do have the original Crew 9 patch still available at the shop. That includes the 4 names of the original Crew 9 members, including the 2 who are not flying today, those being former Commander Zena Cardman, as well as Mission Specialist Stephanie Wilson. As we heard during the pre-launch briefing yesterday from Ken Bowersox with NASA HQ, they will be finding additional flight opportunities for both Zena and Stephanie. Says he knows how difficult it is to give up a flight opportunity, and I can certainly imagine, especially for Zena, who's not flown to space before. This was set to be her first time heading up to orbit. Question that we posed during that pre-launch briefing to Mr. Bowersox was how they happened to decide on the crew of Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbunov as the 2 who would remain on this Dragon flight to the ISS. We were told that Nick Hague, because he has flown to space once before on the MS-12 mission, they wanted to have someone who had prior spaceflight experience, since this is also the first trip to space for Gorbunov. His seat protected, though, from the agreement between NASA and Roscosmos for a seat swap. So as we send Dragons and Soyuz spacecraft up to the space station, a Soyuz will carry a NASA astronaut, and the Dragon will carry a Roscosmos cosmonaut. Gorbunov happened to be that cosmonaut for this flight. Don Pettit was the NASA astronaut who launched on MS-26. We're looking live now into the suit-up room, the historic suit-up room there at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout, or the ONC building here at the Kennedy Space Center. You're taking a look at the 2-member crew that's set to fly in just a little more than 4 hours. Nick Hague is the person you see there at the center of your screen, getting hooked up to an umbilical as they're preparing to do a suit leak check. You see some of the support staff all around the room as this camera pans around. Little too quick to point out who's who, but hopefully we'll get some more steady shots and we can come back and talk about that a little bit later. You can see just beyond Commander Hague is cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov.
And attention on countdown. Polling is complete, but the NASA, SpaceX, and Dragon teams have all indicated go for the advanced team entry into the BDA and the pad.
And a good call out there. Of course, as we do have mission audio with this flight, we'll be pausing commentary periodically to make sure that we are able to hear that and we're not talking over it as much as possible. So we're watching the countdown timeline on our screens here, and while not a entirely perfect system, we will do our level best to not try and talk over those call-outs as they come. Nice panoramic shot of the pad there. Again, this flight historic in a couple of different ways. This is the first time that NASA and SpaceX have launched a crewed mission from Space Launch Complex 40, establishing a crew flight opportunity and availability here at this pad, meaning that SpaceX now has 2 pads that are crew certified, Pad 40 and, of course, Launch Complex 39A, where all the other crewed missions have lifted off so far to date. This asset key for both NASA and SpaceX, since it allows them to deconflict operations from Pad 39A or vice versa. The reason that this mission happened to be first up to bat is because it happened to line up with the Europa Clipper mission, which actually you can see there, Pad 39A, just in the top of the frame there, and the hangar just off on the horizon line. You can see Pad 41 for United Launch Alliance. The Vulcan rocket set to roll out to the Pad next week in support of the upcoming second certification mission, as ULA is looking to start flying national security missions in the near future, potentially as soon as later this year. Back inside the O&C building now, you're taking a look at some of the support staff there. Of course, the folks in black, the ninjas as they're called, are the SpaceX support team. Those in the blue flight suits are a combination of NASA and Roscosmos personnel. The cosmonaut who you were just seeing the back of, and I'll point them out again once we return back to the room, that's Konstantin Borisov. He is the cosmonaut who flew as part of the Crew 7 mission, which launched back in August of 2023, returning in March of this year. So was very recently in space, very familiar with this process, and he's part of the support team for Gorbunov, who's seated in the seat closest to us right now from this perspective. Again, they're going through suit leak checks right now. That's why they're suited up, and you can see the tension in Hague's suit as his suit is currently pressurized. Alex is waiting for his turn. They'll perform a suit leak check here, and of course, once they're actually inside the Dragon capsule, there will be another opportunity for a suit leak check. Even though there are only 2 men flying on this mission, this is still going to be about the same timeline as before if this were a 4-person contingent. There just may be a little bit of extra time on the margins since they are not having to strap in 4 crew members. They're not going to be performing 4 separate phone calls once they get on the crew access tower. So certainly some things are simplified by only having 2 crew members on board this Crew Dragon spacecraft flight to the International Space Station. For those who may not have been following the space station program super closely, may be wondering why there are only 2 folks that are flying on board the Crew Dragon with this mission. Reason being is connected back to the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, as NASA ultimately made the call following a summer's worth of tests and data reviews on the Starliner, principally with the thrusters. They made the determination that the spacecraft had enough question marks on it that they decided it was not in the best interest to return it with NASA astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams on board. And so Starliner departed at the beginning of this month without its crew, and the spacecraft named Calypso landed at the White Sands Space Harbor. It's safely landed. It's been now returned here to the Kennedy Space Center. It's at the C3PF, which is the Commercial Crew and Cargo Processing Facility, building that Boeing leases to work on the Starliner spacecraft and process them for future flights. We're now coming up on just about 4 hours before liftoff here. Now less than 4 hours, the launch director will conduct a readiness poll at this point. And in less than 5 minutes, the advanced team will head out to the launch pad once they are given the go-ahead and start preparing it for the arrival of Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbunov. While Hague has been to space before, this will be his first time riding to the ISS on board a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. His previous flight took him up on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. His original flight, MS-10, was about 8 or so minutes into flight when it had a mid-launch abort. The spacecraft was able to make a quick escape, but there was an issue with the separation sequence on the Soyuz rocket. And so they had to stand down from that flight, but he was reassigned to Soyuz MS-12 alongside fellow NASA astronaut Christina Cook, of course, is one of the mission specialists flying aboard the Artemis II mission. That flight, MS-12, was part of Expedition 5960. Now T-minus 3 hours, 57 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Being that this is a launch to the International Space Station, this is an instantaneous launch opportunity today at 1:17 p.m. Eastern or 7:17 UTC. If SpaceX and NASA are not able to launch today, they do have additional backup opportunities that are coming up on Sunday and then again on Monday. The launch opportunity on Sunday is 12:54 p.m. Eastern. That's 16:54 UTC. If they need the Monday slot, that's 12:32 p.m. Eastern or 16:32 UTC. Regardless of when they launch, it's about a 28-hour jaunt up to the ISS. So you can go ahead and just plug in a day plus 4 hours for the arrival time once this mission is able to launch. Now T-minus 3 hours, 55 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. The top left-hand corner of your screen, the NASA astronaut that you see there on the blue flight suit, that is astronaut Shannon Walker.
This is Core on countdown. Advanced team is at the white room.
Walker is the chief deputy of the astronaut office. The gentleman with the blue flight suit and the, I want to say, very nice kicks. is Konstantin Borisov, again, the cosmonaut who flew as part of the Crew 7 mission, talking with his colleague, Alexander Gorbunov. See there in the center of your screen. Coming up in just a little bit, they will play a game of their choice, which is usually not announced ahead of time. But the idea typically is it's played against the head of the astronaut office, or the deputy in this case. And the thought is to play until the commander loses whatever game they decide to play, with the thinking that once the commander loses, that gets the bad luck on out of the way, and they can proceed with the rest of the mission with a little less bad juju, if you will.
This is Cora on countdown, T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes. Suit leak checks are complete, and then side hatches coming open imminently.
Good call from SpaceX now, as you heard. T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. Leak checks are complete here in the O&C. Assuming the crew follows the timeline to a T, they will be departing for the pad, coming up at T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes. For now, they're going to take some pictures here in the O&C and then play the game that I was mentioning. They will then exit the O&C building, walk through the doors that many crews before them have, before they get into their black Teslas and head out to Launch Complex, or Space Launch Complex 39, or mixing up the two crew pads here. It's hard to break the tradition. before they head out to Space Launch Complex 40, they'll have an opportunity to wave goodbye and share some words with their family, as well as some dignitaries that are gathered outside of ONC. So far, as smooth and as far as mission operations, unremarkable start to the procedures here this morning. Of course, one of the big watch items, as it is for any mission, but certainly for a crewed flight, is going to be the weather. Coming into today's launch opportunity, the 45th Weather Squadron forecasts just a 55% chance of favorable weather at liftoff. Coming up a little bit closer to launch, we're actually going to be speaking with a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron to get a little bit more of an updated status on the weather and the outlook for the potential for thunderstorms later this afternoon closer to launch time. And sort of the principal concern here are those thunderstorms, but they're also keeping an eye on the ascent corridor. While Hurricane Helene is far dissipated from what it once was, it still has some lingering impacts along the ascent corridor, and so that's something that they are watching both as far as atmospherically as well as down in a potential recovery zone. As you're joining us this morning, go ahead and let us know, as Laurent Lamarche did, let us know where you're checking in from. Good morning, Laurent, from Quebec, Canada. Little SpaceX photo op here. Got Eric Ellis joining in from Wazab, California. Mr. Dr. XYZ checking in from New Mexico. Weddy is clocking in from Colorado. Sulfur for Lunch is joining us from Gothenburg, Sweden. So we've got folks all over the world, which of course is why we, as we make our time references according to the clock, make sure we do reference things in UTC, since we do have a global audience that join us for our launch opportunities. Very appreciative of those checking in from around the world, and especially those who are in our channel member community. Now T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. Again, we are coming on in this card game that I mentioned a little bit earlier. The goal is for the commander to lose whatever card game they have chosen to make sure that the bad luck is out of their system before they go ahead and proceed with the rest of their mission. Shannon Walker, the deputy chief of the astronaut office, will be playing both Nick and Alex before they're ready to proceed with the rest of the mission today. Now T-minus 3 hours, 42 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. It appears that the rules of the game have been thoroughly explained by Shannon Walker, and the deck is being cut. They're ready to start playing by all accounts. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 39 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. As we are talking about the weather and its potential impacts, one thing to bear in mind are the Dragon abort zones that you can see illustrated along this map. That big white circle that is closest to the center, the St. John's abort landing area, that's their kind of primary landing area, which unfortunately is also seeing a pocket of somewhat nasty looking weather swirling around. Looking at the radar, things are a little bit better when you look at the area most immediately against Ireland, the Shannon abort landing area that you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. That pocket in the middle, the days, is an area that they try to avoid, obviously, since there's the most distance between land masses, and so it's harder to get recovery craft to that area if something were to happen. So if an abort were needed to be called, they try to aim for the St. John's abort area or Shannon are sort of their two most optimal pockets. Swirling in the middle there, looking at the National Hurricane information, is Hurricane, looks like it actually may be, yeah, Hurricane Isaac. Currently has maximum sustained winds of 90 knots or 105 miles per hour. Moving northeast at 17 knots or 20 miles per hour currently. So sort of heading in the general direction of Ireland. So certainly be keeping an eye on that. Again, we'll be having a live interview with a launch weather officer a little bit closer to liftoff, so be sure to stay with us for that bit of our live launch coverage today. Also note, if you have a comment or question about this mission and your comment or question is appropriate to be read, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. Not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we continue on through the count, but they'll be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight now. That's always appreciated. Here's that whip zoom into NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, and the astronaut in front was Crew 3 Commander Rajachari. Looks like he's the astronaut assigned to be with the family of Nick Hague today. Now T-minus 3 hours, 35 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. The crew is set to depart for the pad in about 10 minutes or so, which means we're pretty close to the point at which NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov are set to walk through those doors out to their Teslas. Say goodbye to their family and friends just before that. We're now T-minus 3 hours, 34 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We're seeing NASA astronaut Nick Hague on the right, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov on the left, making their way very slowly, methodically down the hallway of the crew quarters here, heading into the elevator and getting ready to head down to see their family and friends before departing in their black Teslas. The signatures that you saw around that poster behind them in the elevator are the signatures of the support team who've been helping get ready for this mission. Looks like I can see a little bit of movement beyond the doors here. Nice aerial view outside. Those are the vehicles that they'll be riding out with. Question from Jim B asking what the stickers are around the frame of the door here. Those are the mission patches from crew flights past. You can see there on the right-hand side of your screen in the blue button-up shirt, that is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. The woman to his left, leaning on the rail, that is Pam Melroy, Deputy Administrator for NASA. Is their security escort to make sure that traffic is clear. Once Nick and Alex hop in their Teslas and begin the drive, they will ride out to Space Launch Complex 40, the first time that a crewed mission is set to launch off from the pad over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And we're seeing them now exit the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Nick Hague on the right, the commander of this mission. Alexander Gorbunov on the left, Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist for this flight. This is also the first time since the Demo 2 mission back in May of 2020 that just 2 people are flying on a Dragon up to the International Space Station. This, of course, very choreographed moment here. In some ways, they have to stay a certain distance away from their families in order to preserve their quarantine status, but a good opportunity to...
This is Cora on countdown, T-minus 3:30, crew walkout commenced.
It's, of course, an important moment for this duo. One last chance while they're on Earth to wish their family well, get some final words before they get ready to depart Earth for about 5 months. Coming into this launch opportunity during the pre-launch briefing, Steve Stitch, the manager of the commercial crew office, mentioned that the adjective that he would ascribe to this operation is agility and flexibility. This, of course, not being the original way that the Crew 9 mission was set to run with just 2 people on board, but both NASA and SpaceX being flexible with this mission in order to allow room on board Dragon to bring back NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams after it was decided by NASA that they still had too many outstanding question marks regarding the Starliner spacecraft, and so they decided to bring Butch and Suni back on Dragon instead. You see them waving to the NASA administrator before they go ahead and hop in their Tesla here. They will split a playlist here on what music they want to listen during the 20-plus minute ride to the International Space Station. These are, of course, specially outfitted Teslas. Make sure they have enough room and availability inside and around them for their umbilical and cooling unit that travels with them. Rajachari getting a couple final photos as the family walks up to those Teslas. Just a super final moment to say goodbye. The moment of pride, of course, for these family members, but also a little bit of a bittersweet moment. The family of Nick Hague saying goodbye to him for a second time as he's heading back into space for his second flight. First time, though, aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft, this one named Freedom. Freedom is getting ready. Actually, Freedom is the most experienced flyer out of everybody here. It's making its 4th trip to space, and you can see that on the license plate, ready for it. Now T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. The 3-hour, 25-minute mark is when these Teslas are set to depart officially according to the coordinated timeline. And so they've got just about 30 seconds or so before they hit the road. Well, actually, they're already in motion. They'll be making a pass by the vehicle assembly buildings, so we'll be keeping our eyes out for them as they make their way around here. You can see, though, in this car dash cam...
This is Core on countdown. T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes. Crew have departed the ONC on time.
Hear that call for a good on-time departure from the ONC building. As you were seeing in the dash cam view, and perhaps we'll see it again in just a moment, but want to go ahead and just take a quick look out here at the countdown clock. See ticking down towards liftoff, but you can also see some of those clouds starting to build into the area, something that the 45th Weather Squadron going to keep a close eye on as they're proceeding into the count. They will have a final pre-fueling weather briefing, of course, before they go ahead and decide if they are in a good position to step into fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. Now T minus 3 hours, 21 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. Taking a look, watching the crew make their way on up to pass us by here at the press site across the way from the Vehicle Assembly Building, or the VAB. Now T-minus 3 hours, 18 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. We are watching as the astronaut and cosmonaut of Crew 9 are passing the vehicle assembly building now. See from the helicopter wide shot. Just making their turn here. Seeing a nice aerial shot of the VAB. You can see on the far left-hand side of your screen the C3PF, where you see a little Starliner icon. That's where the Starliner vehicle from the crew flight test is currently being worked on. The mobile launcher 2 is currently being constructed. That's where those red and yellow cranes are located at the top of your screen, just coming out of frame. Currently inside the vehicle assembly building is the core stage for the Artemis 2 mission. Out at Launch Complex 39B is the Mobile Launcher 1, which is set to roll back to the vehicle assembly building sometime early next month. As we continue with our live coverage, if you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us to allow some more folks to find their way into this live coverage. Taking a look at the live chat, want to thank Damien Williams for a $5 super chat, saying awesome coverage. How about more archive video collection of historically significant launches, include older international launches as well. That's something that we can look into. We'll certainly talk about it behind the scenes and look at some possibilities there as we continue to build out our YouTube channel and look for other ways to bring everyone some interesting content here. Certainly appreciate the suggestion and look for any and all input from you all, especially from our channel member community. You can also use the Discord to send us some feedback as well. Taking a live look now at Launch Complex 39B. You see the...
This is Core on countdown. T-minus 3 hours, 15 minutes. Advanced team is complete with their actions and ready for crew arrival.
Good call from Mission Control. Crew still on the move, following along a good pathway here to Space Launch Complex 40. If you haven't already seen it, we do have a video update on the mobile launcher. Had the opportunity to go out there and talk with Jesse Burtis, who is the Deputy Project Manager for the Mobile Launcher 1. If you'd like to learn more about the testing and checkouts that have been happening over the past year and some change with the Artemis program, ahead of that mobile launcher rolling back to the vehicle assembly building. Again, that's up on the YouTube channel right now, so you can be sure to check that out at your convenience. Now T-minus 3 hours, 14 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. Taking a look now, pad 39A. Up till now, all of the Crew Dragon launches have lifted off from this pad. Nice aerial view of that pad. Should see the Starship Tower coming into view on the right-hand side of your screen, coming in there. Yep, there it is. The Starship Tower, of course, an important component for the Artemis missions, as Starship will be the lander used to bring the astronauts on the Artemis 3 and 4 missions down to the lunar surface. Seeing the crew pass by the shoreline here. Ocean represented in the Crew 9 emission patch as well. Want to thank Ian James for a $5 super chat, saying thank you, Will, and all of Spaceflight Now crew for the coverage. Shout out also to the best mod ever, even the 3 who are MIA, which Aussie Space Girl, in her defense, is joining us from Australia, and it is about 10 p.m. there, so a bit on the late side, so don't blame her for not being with us. But, of course, we'll keep an eye out for our other moderators if they do happen to join us. Be sure to give them good Spaceflight Now hello. T-minus 3 hours, 9 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. Seeing the crew continue on down the access road here adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean. See the chopper up in the air in this dash cam shot. The structure just on the horizon there is the vertical integration facility for Space Launch Complex 41, and there is their final destination, Space Launch Complex 40. The first my mistake, that was the former Delta IV Heavy pad that was on the horizon. It's obviously a very different vantage point from what we're used to seeing for a crew arrival heading up to the pad. And so SpaceX and NASA, of course, taking advantage of giving us full dash cam views of a street level vantage point coming up to Slick 40. Those, of course, are the emergency vehicles standing by at the end of the emergency egress system should something happen where they need to make a quick escape. They have a chute system, which we'll show you in just a little bit, part of our conversation with a safety officer. That was one of the last components added to this pad to certify it for crewed launches. Of course, we have a package on that also on our YouTube channel. If you haven't seen the history and the lineage of testing this pad and certifying it for crewed launches, you can check that out at your leisure as well. If you're just joining us for the first time with this live coverage today, this is Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight. Now you're taking a live aerial look at Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. At the top of the Falcon 9 rocket is a crewed Dragon spacecraft, the first time a crewed mission is set to depart from Pad 40 here at the Cape. That particular crewed Dragon, named Freedom, ready to launch for its fourth time, having previously supported the Crew 4 mission, as well as 2 missions for Axiom Space, AX-2 and AX-3. This is the level of the tower that is just beneath the crew access arm, which you can see here. These are 2 members of SpaceX's advanced team. This is the White Room, and you can see there a pristine white square surrounding the black SpaceX logo. Don't see a NASA meatball in here, so presumably Nick and Alex, Nick Hague, the NASA astronaut and commander of this mission, and Alexander Gorbunov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist, may leave their signatures around the SpaceX X. Typically at Pad 39A, they would sign around the NASA meatball, signifying that this is a crew mission for NASA. Being that this is all brand new, we'll see what new traditions bear out this time around. This is a satellite view overlooking Florida from one of the GO satellites goes east. And we'll be talking with a launch weather officer a little bit closer to liftoff to get as relevant a picture of the weather outlook as possible as they prepare to fuel the Falcon 9 rocket in the final hour before the planned liftoff at 1:17 p.m. Eastern, 17:17 UTC. Now T-minus 3 hours, 2 minutes, 2 seconds and counting, taking a live look at Dragon Freedom. As we're awaiting the crew to step out of their Teslas and begin to ascend the crew access tower, we're actually getting ready to bring you our first live interview of the day. So stand by as we get that set up, and we'll be right back with our first special guest. You're watching live coverage of the Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station with Spaceflight Now.
This is Core on countdown, T-minus 3 hours. Crew have arrived at the pad on time.
Now T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. NASA astronaut Nick Hague, Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov heading up to the space level. One of the buttons that is specially labeled here within the elevator. Those arrows are guiding them, if needed, to the emergency egress system. Those are those big white arrows are for. You can see Nick and Alex have just emerged from the elevator, saying hello to the advanced team. Crew's running a little bit ahead of schedule. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. Their arrival time was actually listed as T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so couple minutes ahead of time. Walking down the crew access arm here. You can see Nick Hague on the left from this vantage point, Alexander Gorbunov on the right. The first duo to walk down the crew access arm in preparation for a launch from Space Launch Complex 40. You can see Cape Canaveral Space Force Station all around them in those rectangular windows to their right and left. You can see they're about to leave their signatures.
This is core on countdown T-minus 2 hours, 56 minutes. Crew have arrived at the White Room.
And you can see there is no NASA meatball logo here, so it appears that they'll be leaving their signature around the SpaceX X logo. Alex Gorbunov, mission specialist, the first to leave his signature as one of the first 2 crew members. A little uncertain about how that looked, but seems to be satisfied with it. Nick Hague now leaving his mark as the first commander to depart from this pad. Given they are running a little ahead of schedule, they've got some time to do some sightseeing here, taking in the view. One of their last bits of unobstructed vantage point here, looking out at the Cape before they get into their SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. The member of the closeout crew with number 11 you see here at the front of your screen. She is the closeout lead for today. See Katie Bishop. Fun fact, this is also the first mission as part of the commercial crew program since the Demo 2 flight that is actually launching in the daytime hours. Nighttime launches are always fun to watch, but it's kind of nice that we'll be able to see this Falcon 9 take flight in the daytime here. A nice panorama of the White Room here before the crew begins to ingress into the Dragon Freedom. Now T-minus 2 hours, 54 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. Crew ingress on the timeline was listed as T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, so they're running well ahead of schedule here. With a 2-man swing, this is moving a little bit faster than with a 4-person complement.
This is core on countdown T-minus 2 hours, 53. Crew have ingressed the capsule.
So before the change in crew happened, Nick Hague was the pilot of this mission, and so he has been doing the majority of his training seated where Alexander Gorbunov currently is in the pilot's seat. However, Alex is still remaining as the mission specialist in this flight. He will be taking on a number of the duties of a pilot, though, since there are only 2 of them flying on board this mission. Dragon designed to fly and dock autonomously. However, there's a lot of systems to oversee and make sure that they're operating as expected, so it's always good to have humans in the loop, as it were. They still have quite a bit of time before the Dragon hatch is set to close. That's coming up at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes at about 11:22 a.m. Again, that was according to the original timeline, and clearly they're running ahead of schedule, so don't fall out of your seat with shock if they close the hatch a little bit early. taking a look at the satellite view from GOES East here. That wave of clouds that's coming in, we're just listening into the NASA broadcast. That storm system, as it pops in, it's set to arrive in about an hour, according to NASA's Daryl Nail, and will generate some stormy weather off and on from that point on. And that's sort of the sticking point with the launch opportunity today. So launch weather officers are keeping a very close eye on things. Now T minus 2 hours, 48 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We're just getting ready for the first live guest that I teased about 10 or so minutes ago. Had to work out some technical gremlins behind the scenes, but we've got those sorted, and so we are preparing to have him join us. So stand by as we're going to welcome him in just a moment or two. You're watching a live coverage of the Crew 9 mission with Spaceflight Now.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Tex Frieden, I'm with you. Got you loud and clear.
Have you the same? Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
Hello there, this is Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. Thank you so much for joining us with our continuing coverage of the Crew 9 mission. As you've been seeing over the last several minutes, both Commander Nick Hague as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov are now safely inside the Crew Dragon Freedom, strapped in their vehicle, getting ready to go through some of the final checks before hatch closure comes up in a little less than an hour from now. We're currently T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 16 seconds and counting. And as we're continuing to track the progress towards a launch of this mission, we've got our first live guest ready to join us. You know, as we've been watching progress on the International Space Station, you may have noticed some particularly crisp views that have been coming down, especially noticeable during the time when the Starliner spacecraft was departing the International Space Station. And that's thanks to a 4K camera payload on the outside of station from the company called Sen. And we are so fortunate this morning to be joined by part of the Sen team. This is Liam Kennedy, who's joining us. Liam is the director for the payload called Space TV-1. Liam, how are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for inviting me onto this broadcast today. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, we're very happy to have you as part of the broadcast. And so it kind of teed up with a very broad overview of what Space TV-1 is. It was launched back during the CRS-30 mission, Dragon flight up to the ISS. But if you could pick up the story from there, you know, maybe wind the clock back before launch came about, how did this mission sort of coalesce together, and what was the goal from Sen with sending these 4K cameras up to the ISS?
Yeah, so Sen is a company that's actually been around for quite some years. And we have our own satellite, a little 20U satellite that was launched in 2022. And that's been capturing 4K views of the Earth daily. And we've done a few live streams from it. So if you go to sen.com, you'll see a history of just hundreds of clips in 4K. And really, that's the whole premise of Sen, is to bring 4K views of the Earth to the public for free, and to really bring the public along with us. Now, my connection with Sen really comes back from my work with a little gizmo called the ISS Above, which had me get connected with NASA's live video feeds. And I personally had a passion, an idea that I wanted to see the views from the space station improved. And Sen was obviously the company that was going to be providing that, as far as I could see. So back in 2019, that's when I reached out to Charles Black, who's the founder of the company. And we started discussing opportunities for bringing a payload customized for the space station. And obviously what's beside me right here is really one of the first examples of this. So I happened to be watching this live when we were streaming it privately. We weren't streaming this live, but it was really quite an amazing thing to see this happening. You know, I always wanted to, so we wanted to have a view of the Earth from what I consider one of the best places on the space station, and that puts us right at the front, quite close to where NASA's old HDEV system used to reside. And we have three camera views, actually 6 cameras, because you know, you always double up just for failover. This is the one that's pointed directly at the PMA2 forward docking port, and provide us with these just exceptional views. We also have a forward-facing camera for great horizon shots, and then we have a nadir camera. And over the last month, since it's been installed, so it was installed not by a spacewalk, it was installed by a Canadarm mission, robo-team mission, about a month ago. And yeah, that was after it was launched on SpaceX 30 in March. And we've been pulling our hair out, waiting for the scheduling to happen so that that could be completed. And we're very happy that our first actual live stream we've scheduled is going to be for the docking. And then thereafter, we'll get into really streaming 24/7. And as Space TV director, I'll be one of the folks who's making the choices of camera switching between all of the different views based around what's happening.
And you teed me up to the next question I was going to ask, which was about the live stream of the arrival of the Dragon Freedom, which is, a big reason why we wanted to talk to you today specifically, since it'll be about 28 hours or so from the time of launch to when Dragon is docked at the International Space Station. And so, through the commissioning that you and the Sen team have done since it's been installed, I guess, have there been any hiccups or challenges, or has it pretty much worked as you imagined it was going to once it was fully installed on the outside of the ISS?
Yeah, I think because the payload was up there for a long time, sort of under wraps. So obviously we had to install a few updates, but really it's a remarkable process that we've gone through. We're going through a process of adjusting the color, adjusting the exposures. And we're getting used to being able to operate the payload through the back-end systems that we have access to. But it really is quite extraordinary. We were live streaming privately very soon after we really were switched on. Remarkably, I think it was maybe just a day or so before Starliner undocking. And I was so pleased when we were actually live streaming, and we shared the views with a number of people from Boeing and from NASA, so they could also see it happening live as well. And we've had some really great reviews from those parties too, saying it's obviously so far better than what's currently available from NASA's stream. If you're watching the live stream, I'm sure you were probably broadcasting it when it was undocking, right?
Oh, yes.
There's some pretty grainy examples there. The other key thing, which is unique for us, is that we're recording as well on board. So we're immune to loss of signal events as far as the final clips. And I think the current method of downlinking video from the space station for the EHDC cameras and other cameras up there is generally, if there's an LOS, there's no video of that point, because they're recording on the ground only. So lots of exciting things coming up.
To that point of navigating around LOS or loss of signal, being that this is Space TV 1, is the goal to launch another sort of follow-along mission with this, or do you imagine the evolution of this program, looking like an expansion of connectivity, maybe using a satellite internet provider like OneWeb, like SpaceX's Starlink, or another one, to be able to provide continuous, uninterrupted views? I guess, is that sort of the long-term goal of this?
Yeah, it definitely is. Being a commercial provider, by the way, yes, it's all free to the public. There will eventually be those pesky ads and sponsorship on there, but there'll be ways that folks can remove that. But yes, the whole way that Sen is set up is to provide this for the long term. And that means, we're looking at additional opportunities on the space station, perhaps in other areas, because the location we're in currently, we only have access to forward docking port and nadir. That the place we're on Bartolomeo doesn't allow a rear view. So we're looking at future options because really, this is going extraordinarily well right now. We also have plans to launch other satellites in LEO. We're not, would anyone be surprised if we might be reaching out to some of the other commercial LEO space station companies who are building, the next round of commercial space stations? I guess the first round of commercial space stations.
Right.
So you can imagine every single one of those, we want to be there because our whole model is to bring all of you who are listening to this broadcast along with us. And we're planning on going to the moon as well. So really bringing everyone out there.
And as Sen is bringing this capability online, it joins a mosaic, if you will, of a number of companies that are designed to bring varying types of Earth observation viewpoints and functionality to the low Earth orbit regime. I guess taking a step back maybe and looking at the bigger picture of observing our Earth and what we want to take away from it, how do you see the future of space TV in that program and Sen overall fitting into the larger picture of how these different companies are gathering Earth observation data and feeding it to different interested parties?
Yeah, so there's ultimately many different ways that our content can be utilized. We are really, I would say, I would position ourselves unlike other traditional Earth observation companies. I'm talking about Planet and others who are doing high-res imagery, of locations around the Earth. We are firmly in the region of providing the stunning visuals and having people view the Earth in as real time as possible. That's really the whole part of that. So I would say that Sen represents an entirely different market segment for traditional Earth observation, but we certainly do fit in the general area of Earth observation. And we're just starting out, creating something right now that's inspiring. You'll start to see our video clips in documentaries, certainly from our first satellite, ETV-A1. Having been around since 2022, we have considerable flight heritage on there of running that platform and creating content that has already started to be utilized in broadcast TV, also across into some films and documentaries. That's really what it's all about, is bringing you, the general public, along and being able to feel as if you are really part of moving humans into space.
And lastly, as we return to talking about other parts of this mission, but before we let you go, being that you'll have your eyes on Dragon as it makes its approach to the space station and it completes the docking process, give us a picture or an overview of about what time we should expect to start seeing the live feed from Sen and what that will look like for folks that obviously are more used to watching the NASA docking feed. What are they going to be getting from Sen once your broadcast starts with that?
Yeah, so on this first live stream to the public, it will be a very simple view of the live feed. Now the camera itself is, I would call it, quite panoramic. So as the Crew 9 Dragon is arriving, you'll see it on the right of the frame pretty early on when it's closer to the space station. So you may look at it and you'll think the view looks a little bit unusual, but we'll be. I'm not entirely sure right now exactly when in terms of the docking schedule when we'll be there, and that's why if you go to sen.com, there is a countdown for that particular live stream. So we'll adjust it as needed. It's not going to be a hosted live stream like having an on-camera host. We will eventually be doing that. Just so as you know, we have a number of astronauts, retired astronauts and commercial astronauts who are now formally part of Sen's wider, I call it astronaut ambassadors. people who have seen these views with their own eyes. So I don't think I'm stepping out of turn too much if I was to say in the future, we'll have some really amazing commentary to the content that we're sharing in real time from people who've actually been up there. And if you go to the website, you'll see that includes Chris Hadfield. Chris has been great in supporting our work and as an advisor, and now also as an ambassador for SEN. Chris is great in that respect. Also, Nicole Stott, and then Dr. Cyan Proctor. So Dr. Cyan Proctor, of course, is inspiration for Astronaut. So all of those will help have a particular perspective on this from people who've seen the views with their own eyes.
And of course, Nicole Stott, a fellow Floridian and an artist in her own right, in addition to, of course, being a former NASA astronaut. Liam Kennedy, thank you so much for spending so much of your time with us. Really appreciate your insight and look forward to all the views that are coming up on Space TV 1.
Thank you so much for having me on the show. And we'll see you all after we've got these wonderful views of the docking in 4K.
We're looking forward to it. And for you that are still watching with us, we're looking forward to you sticking around. We've got lots more live coverage, including some more live guests that are going to be joining us right here live outside of our office, taking a look at the countdown clock. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 25 minutes, 50 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of the Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station. The first time Crew Dragon is lifting off from Space Launch Complex 40. Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Don't go anywhere. More live coverage straight ahead.
Dragon, the closeout team is in their final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Please stand by for that and the state machine transition to pad hatch closed and ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Freedom copies all.
Now T-minus 2 hours, 19 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Want to thank Liam Kennedy again for joining us to talk about Space TV 1, some of the work that they've been doing to commission that 4K camera, or those 4K cameras, I should say, on board the International Space Station, and talk about the upcoming views that we'll be getting of Dragon as it makes its approach to the forward port on the Harmony module when it arrives about 28 hours after liftoff. With Dragon departing today, if it is able to lift off, weather permitting, at 1:17 p.m. Eastern, 17:17 UTC, it will dock with the International Space Station at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern, or 21:30 UTC on Sunday, September 29th. What you're seeing right now is the process of closing the side hatch. They're going through very meticulously with that cleaning cloth and a bright light to make sure there's no debris, formerly termed foreign object debris or FOD, so that once the hatch closes, it creates a good tight seal. They're looking for anything even as fine as a piece of hair. So they want a perfectly pristine and clean hatch before it is closed and sealed. Taking a look at the live chat, I want to thank DS for a 500 yen super chat. Really appreciate that, DS, who says, thanks as always, Will. By the way, do you know who owns those crew transport Teslas? SpaceX or NASA? Those are owned by SpaceX. They're also used during transport of the commercial astronauts when they make their trip out to the pad. So for missions like the just completed Polaris Dawn, as well as the Axiom missions to the International Space Station, those private astronaut missions. T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes and counting. Still going through some final checks of the hatch before they are ready to give the go-ahead that they're ready to close it. we're right about 20 minutes away from, per the timeline, the point of hatch closure. So this closeout crew has quite a bit of margin left to work any fine details that they want to weave in here. So no rush at this point in time. Again, the closeout crew member with the number 11 is the lead of this group that you're seeing here today.
And Dragon, we're doing final photo verifications on the side hatch seals. We'll let you know when we're stepping into side hatch closure.
And so with that call out,
Freedom copies, thanks.
as you've been watching them go through those lights, they're not just illuminating that for their own sake, for the people there in person, but also sending those images back for further verification. So you have a second pair of eyes that can blow it up on a much larger screen and make sure that what the closeout crew believes they are seeing is in fact clear. A question from Snake Bite Spider asking what happens to the stream after the rocket launches. Well, we will continue to stay with the live coverage here on Spaceflight Now until the nose cone opens, so still quite a bit of live coverage left to go. We'll dig a little bit more into the launch timeline after hatch closure here, but just to give you an idea of what we're looking ahead to, if I just pull that up in my notes, the nose cone open sequence is set to begin about T plus 12 minutes 50 seconds after liftoff. So we'll stay with our live coverage through and slightly beyond that point. You see they've got approval for hatch closure, and down goes the hatch.
Dragon, side hatch is coming closed. Expect a state machine transition to pad hatch close shortly.
Key transition point.
Freedom copies.
Dragon, we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
And Freedom copies. Thanks for the heads up.
Currently T-minus 2 hours, 6 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. As you can see from our live cameras and this pad view right here, the rain is starting to fall out at Space Launch Complex 40. Going to go ahead and temporarily switch to another camera view. This is our vantage point of the pad as seen from the Kennedy Space Center press site. And Stephen, if we can go to that, I was just about to call for the wide view there. You can see those thunderstorms, rainstorms certainly, that mentioned were going to be rolling in based off those satellite images. Take a look from the pad view here, these NASA and SpaceX camera views. Give you an idea of the rainfall. This one really very clearly illustrating the rain starting to come down here now. As the Launch Weather Office was forecasting this mission, they had suggested that this was going to be a possibility, if not a probability, during the countdown. Just listening into NASA's Daryl Nail, there are no lightning strikes that have been detected within the cell that is currently moving over the pad. Currently traveling at about 20 knots in a northeasterly direction. Of course, the launch weather team keeping a close eye on this system as it continues to move. Is a live view from the GOES East satellite, an overview of the storm system that is pushing on into the Cape area. According to NASA's Daryl Nail, they are expecting spotty showers throughout the rest of this countdown, so we'll be, of course, keeping a close eye on this, as are the launch weather officers here. And you can see the helicopter asset from NASA making another pass over, perhaps returning back to their touchdown site. You can see here, there's a look at landing zone 1, where following liftoff, the first stage booster, tail number 1085, is set to touch down a little more than 8 minutes after liftoff. Or just under 8 minutes with this RTLS, a return to landing site operation. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. With the hatch closed, we are coming upon the next big milestone, which will be the mission director giving their go, no go for the start of fueling. You can see some of the venting there at the pad as they're starting to condition things ahead of fueling. Falcon 9 powered by a combination of liquid oxygen as well as RP1, or rocket grade kerosene. When fully fueled, it has 1 million pounds of propellant on board. Taking a look at the live chat here, I want to thank the more than 2,400 of you that are joining with us live this afternoon, or still technically late morning at this point. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button to allow some more folks to find their way into this live coverage. Certainly appreciate that. Also want to welcome in Daniel H. joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level, and then turning right around and gifting 2 Spaceflight Now memberships. Taking a look at the wide shot here, you can see the storm that is just dumping some rain out near the pads. Looks like a little closer to Launch Complex 39A on the left-hand side of your screen. Pad 40 is out of frame from this camera's vantage point off to the right, but you can see the pad level view in the horizontal box on the right-hand side of your screen. Currently moderate conditions still along the ascent corridor.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a good side hatch leak check.
Freedom copies. Good side hatch leak check.
Good call out from SpaceX on the side hatch leak check. One more box ticked. Of course, the weather is still the question mark, and these intermittent storms that are now passing through to be expected, but still not the most ideal.
Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, so good news is we've got a healthy pad, Dragon is healthy, and Falcon is looking good. The story remains weather, as previously briefed. We're watching radar data in real time. Currently, we'd be no-go to launch, but we think there's a real shot of getting a clearing in the weather around T-0, and the ascent weather continues to look good, so we've got a chance of going to space today. We'll check in as we have more updates. How copy?
Freedom copies. Good pad, good vehicle. And you're saying there's a chance with the weather. Outstanding.
With an outlook like that, those are the words you want to hear. You're saying there's a chance. And a chance is better than standing down from a launch opportunity today, so the teams will continue to press forward towards a liftoff. Seeing a couple of lightning warnings for other areas of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not directly impacting Pad 40 at this time. As we continue on with the countdown here, T-minus 1 hour, 56 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. I want to thank a few more folks for your support. Thanks to channel member Leslie Daniel for gifting 5 Spaceflight memberships, and moderator and fellow channel member Clistia Lee for gifting 10. So with those combined with the 2 from Daniel H, welcome aboard to our newest 17 channel members. Glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Daniel, Leslie, and Calistia in the live chat if you haven't already. And we hope you stick around with channel membership, which includes discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos, and of course the ability to watch all of our launch liftoff moments here in 4K. As this mission progresses, SpaceX is running the countdown from its facilities at Hangar X, the site where they refurbish Falcon boosters and prepare them for future flights, as was the case with B-1085 making its second flight to space today, or whenever this mission is able to launch if weather doesn't prove too insurmountable. Here's a look inside Hangar X, the widest view that we've actually gotten, courtesy of the dry dress rehearsal of this mission. SpaceX operates alongside NASA personnel for crewed launches and other missions to the International Space Station that have NASA in the loop. SpaceX also has support from its headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Taking a look at the countdown timeline and some of the milestones that we've already stepped through here. Stepping in, just updating this to about where we are right now. The hatch leak check was performed. It was good to go. So the next big milestone here on the countdown will be the go-no-go pull for the start of propellant load. That's coming up at T-minus 45 minutes. Assuming that fueling is cleared, then the crew arm will retract about 3 minutes after that. Following the retraction of the crew access arm, then the Dragon's launch escape system will be armed. In the case of an emergency, the Super Draco thrusters will be used to pull the Dragon spacecraft extremely quickly away from the Falcon 9 rocket and off to safety. Like any other Falcon 9 launch, fueling begins with propellant beginning to flow at T-minus 35 minutes. The loading of RP-1, or rocket-grade kerosene, on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages. And liquid oxygen is loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. T-minus 30 is when cryogenic helium load begins. It's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Same happens on the second stage about 4 minutes after that. T-minus 23 minutes, second stage, kerosene tank is full. Seeing a little bit of pre-fueling venting there on the rocket. Take a look at the live picture on the right-hand side of your screen. T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds is when the strong-back chill-down process begins. It's the event that leads up to second stage LOX load. We see it manifest as the so-called big vent coming up at T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds. Second stage liquid oxygen loading begins at the T-minus 16-minute mark. The final 7 minutes, chill down of the 9 Merlin engines gets underway. That process involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, helping to protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. T-minus 6 minutes, the first stage kerosene tank is full. T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon will transition to internal power. T-minus 4.5 minutes, the strong back retract sequence begins. Starts with the clamp arms underneath the Dragon spacecraft opening up, and then the transporter erector, or the strong back, will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. Stays in that position until liftoff, at which point pulls back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. About 3 minutes out, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. T-minus 2 minutes. Second stage LOX load wraps up, at which point the Falcon 9 is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final minute, we'll hear the call that the Falcon 9 is in startup. Control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch at 45 seconds out. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds, and if all 9 Merlin engines are healthy and ignite, command will be given for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 for a T0 liftoff, coming up at the instantaneous launch opportunity of 1:17 p.m. Eastern, 17:17 UTC for those joining around the world. Weather update for everyone. We are in a phase 2 lightning warning. As mentioned by NASA's Daryl Nail, if they were to try to launch right now, they would be no-go for weather. However, as we heard during the communication from the ground to Dragon, there is the hope that and the belief that as they progress towards that T0, that there will be a pocket of good enough weather that they will be able to send Commander Nick Hague and Mission Specialist Alexander Gorbunov to space today. We will continue to track the progress of these storms and let you know any relevant updates as they come. Now T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. In the lead up to this launch opportunity, we had the opportunity to talk with a number of folks about this mission and about the preparation of this pad. One of those conversations was with Amy Misakonis. She is the safety flight lead within NASA's Safety and Mission Assurance Office. We talked about some of the preparations that were made in order to certify this particular pad for crewed flight. So in this section of our conversation, we were talking about the emergency egress system. If you recall,
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team has departed the crew arm and is on their way back.
Freedom copies, and if they're listening, thank you guys.
We'll relay to them.
some good words to the closeout crew as they are now departing the pad. And so again, this is part of our conversation with Amy, the safety flight lead within NASA Safety and Mission Assurance, as we talk about the emergency egress system, quite a bit different from what we see over at Launch Complex 39A.
NASA provides requirements to the providers, and it's up to the providers to figure out the best solutions to meet those requirements. So they're not locked into a specific design. And so when they were looking at this at 40, they were looking at ways to be new and innovative and safer for the crew. And so they proposed several different options to NASA, and all of those options were assessed for safety and efficiency and all kinds of different factors, and we landed on this chute system, and everything has been tested from end to end on this. And while it's very different, it meets all of our requirements, all of our safety requirements for the crew. And so we're really excited to see something new and innovative come out of our relationship with SpaceX on this.
And you mentioned being busy.
And again, that was NASA's Amy Mikasonis, the safety flight lead within NASA's Safety and Mission Assurance Office. Now T-minus 1 hour, 43 minutes, 5 seconds and counting.
You're currently T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes, 40 seconds and counting, as we are continuing to track the progress of the Falcon 9 rocket with the Crew 9 mission up top. Crew Dragon Freedom getting ready to lift off in now less than an hour and a half, weather permitting. We're currently in a Phase 2 lightning warning for all areas of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station as well as the Kennedy Space Center, which is why we are about to bring you our next live guest, but we are indoors for all of our safety. That's why you're not seeing a lot of folks out here in the wide shot, because it is currently not safe, and so basically everyone is somewhere indoors, whether that's in their vehicle or the nearby press buildings. But we continue to press on as the mission continues to move towards a liftoff at 1:17 p.m. And we are fortunate to be joined by a regular here for our live launch coverage, Mr. Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Lab. Pat, good to see you again as always.
It is good to see you as well, and equally happy that we are inside right now so that we don't have to deal with any of those weather issues.
Fortunately not rain, but lightning is nothing to mess with, certainly. And, you know, as we've been watching this mission, obviously they're going up to the International Space Station with a purpose, going to do some robust science and technology demonstrations, and some of the things that are on board this Crew Dragon spacecraft, which you see live here on your screen, are sponsored by the ISS National Lab. Want to dig into a few of those here. You know, one of them in particular that I like to start with is an experiment that has to do with watching the growth of mustard seeds that has some parallels with the Polaris Dawn mission that just recently launched and landed. Can you talk a little bit more about the ISS National Lab side of that coin and sort of how that ties in with the previous mission?
Yeah, so great question. This is a fun experiment as far as I'm concerned. So to your point, the Polaris Dawn mission, they launched a strain of mustard seeds. They wanted to see how they would react in a higher altitude as far as radiation was concerned. And then they wanted to send the same types of seeds on this mission for a very similar amount of duration. So for the Polaris Dawn mission, those seeds were exposed for 4 to 6 days. It's going to be the same type of scenario on this mission, and then the seeds are going to return back with the Crew 8 astronauts. But it will give us an opportunity to see what the differentiation between radiation spikes and how that impacted the seeds on the Polaris Dawn mission, how radiation impacted the growth of the mustard seeds on this mission, and then that will allow for the United States Air Force Academy and Rhodium Scientific to evaluate maybe what next steps might look like, because this is an insight into how we can develop crops in a more stressful or radiation-filled environment, which is obviously instrumental in us being able to live and work off this planet. But there also might be some applications towards us being more effectively growing crops here on this planet in distressed areas.
Yeah, obviously the purpose of the space station is sort of dual to further our ability to go deeper, longer into space, but also to have some on-Earth benefits. Certainly we recognize that the majority of us sadly will not have the opportunity to go to space, so we look to what the space station can provide to us here on Earth. Just sticking with the theme of going into those different radiation environments, we've seen a number of seed experiments over the past, decades that the space station has existed. In fact, the X-37B space plane, which launched on a Falcon Heavy rocket, also has a number of seed experiments on board that spacecraft. So as you kind of compile all these data points, I guess, what is this overall puzzle telling us as we're gathering more and more pieces of it?
That's another great question. Obviously, one of the reasons why we have the space station to do this type of research is to learn. And I think that what we've been able to see is there's been instances where NASA has been able to use facilities like Veggie to actually grow crops that could be consumed by crew members. But then there's also a lot of R&D, and I'll give an example from back in the day. Budweiser, of all companies, they sent a variety of barley crops to the space station, and it was not so much how can we do crops in space, but how can we use this unique stressful environment like we talked about earlier, like whether it's radiation or just the fact that you're in this extreme environment. Are there things that we can learn, that we can extrapolate, bring that back down from space and see if we can build more effective crops for farmers on Earth? Are there ways that they can be more efficient? As our climate continues to change, we're going to need to also adapt to that here on this planet. But also, again, for astronaut long duration missions, it's again, how can we find ways to create crops that will allow for them to remain healthy and vigilant and being able to perform the work that they're doing? And
one of the benefits of the ISS National Lab and the space station as a test bed is not only are governments and research institutions able to send stuff up, but you've got some student experiments that fly pretty regularly, including with this crew rotation mission, right? Can you talk about what's going up with them this time?
So on this mission specifically, there is the annual Genes in Space competition, which is a yearly opportunity for students around the country to propose hardcore genetic experiments on the space station. And this is in partnership with Boeing and with Mini PCR. And this year, the student, Isabel Zhang, she is from the Bay Area in California, but she is now a first year at Yale University. So obviously they do, these students aren't going anywhere of high value. But anyway, so kidding. But she's looking at genetic experiments and radiation in particular because, again, as astronauts go beyond the space station, as they go to places, using Polaris Dawn as another example, as we go to Moon, as we go to Mars, we need to find ways to make sure that the astronauts remain safe and healthy. So that's one experiment that's flying on this flight. On SpaceX CRS-31, which will be part of the expedition period that the astronauts will be associated with, there's going to be a slew of other investigations, namely from the Student Spaceflight Experiments program, where there's going to be, I want to say, more than 30 mixed sticks investigations that are going up from students, and they're looking at like a wide variety of investigations. Some of them are more focused on plant biology. There's some just general life sciences, and then there's just physical phenomena too, like how when you look at something in this unique environment of space, what happens when you just literally use a mixed stick and you break it, and now these particles are now kind of in this realm. So it's fun for the students to be able to not only send an experiment to station, but also to engineer it and to learn the nuances of what it takes to go from concept to actually seeing your investigation fly to the space station, and the excitement that derives from that hopefully is something that can get them further inspired to want to join this growing community here in space.
One of the questions that jumped out at me during yesterday's NASA social event was talking about how the benefits of what happens on orbit can be translated to the general public that maybe is not as thoroughly in the mix of everything. Looking back at maybe some of the recent experiments that have launched, have come back, the learnings have been finalized, can you maybe pluck out an example of something that you sort of made your ears kind of prick up of something that had like a particularly interesting finding that made its way back, and we're looking forward to its application here on Earth?
An example I'll give, and then it will also segue nicely into some investigations that are flying on SpaceX CRS-31, which again the astronauts on this mission they will help to support in the future. Merck is Merck Research Laboratory. They are one of the preeminent pharmaceutical companies in the world. They've launched a variety of protein crystal investigations to station over the years, focused on improving the efficacy of Keytruda, which is their FDA-approved cancer therapeutic. So right now, if you were to have that administered to you, you have to do so through an IV, and it's time-consuming, and there's just a lot of variables associated with it. They're trying to make the formulation more efficient, so that instead of you having to have an IV drip at a hospital or at a medical facility all day, you can take a pill or you can just take a shot, and you're able to just go on with your day. And they feel as though that the space environment has the ability to accelerate the efficacy of that drug. So that's an exciting area, and now correlating into what's going to happen for SpaceX CRS-31, in-space production application, that's a big kind of like a buzzword for us right now. But there is a company called Sachi Bio. They're going to be flying an investigation where they are going to be actually administering a drug target that they have developed, but they're going to be doing it in space to see if it can accelerate some of the findings. And the drug itself is going to be looking at organoids derived that include Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and dementia. And so if you're able to not just like looking at it from a fundamental perspective, but you're really actively trying to see what the impacts of this therapeutic are, and if they can be accelerated in the space-based environment, then perhaps you are now having a novel place where you can either develop these therapeutics more effectively, or the knowledge and insight that's gained from it can be brought down so that when you're building these out here on the ground, you're going to have a faster drug brought to patients on Earth.
And lastly, we've talked about a number of different entities that are working with the ISS National Lab, sending their science either now or in the near future to the space station. If there are those that are interested in, getting sponsored by the ISS National Lab or finding some sort of avenue of partnership, what would be, from your perspective, the best way to go about that?
So there's multiple ways where you can become part of the space station research community. The ISS National Lab, we put forth a variety of research announcements over the course of the year. Those span from life sciences to education-related education, advanced materials, technology development. We also have yearly collaborations with the National Science Foundation. One of those is focused on tissue engineering. One of those is focused on transport phenomena. So those are two general pathways that kind of are like the traditional way. There's also a variety of companies that own and operate their own facilities on the space station, and those are called commercial service providers. If you have a cool concept that you think, you know, if you have the means by which to just go and say, hey, I have this idea, I want to do this on the space station, whether it's organoid research or whether it is, I would like to try to print this on the space station. You can go directly to some of these companies and they can work with you to take your concept, and then we can try to put that into our allocation. So I mean, there's ways where you can do it the traditional way, and then there's kind of the new age ways, and that's kind of a way that we certainly encourage a lot of people that already have a flushed out idea on exactly what they want to do, go straight to those companies and see how they can help you.
And of course, we've got commercial space stations coming online, you know, starting in the next decade, if not slightly sooner. So even more potential test beds to go to in the not too distant future.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, again, you've touched on it a couple of times. The space station is a test bed. It's an opportunity for us to validate not just research, but also facilities and also business models. And that's going to be very integral for us as we go beyond this space station to those CLDs. So let's use this space station as best we can so that we can formulate those use cases that will allow for these CLDs to be as effective as possible and have those business models in mind when they do go live.
And CLD, commercial low Earth orbit destinations. Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Lab, breaking down the acronyms. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And of course, we are now T-minus 1 hour, 16 minutes, 48 seconds and counting to the liftoff, weather permitting, of the Crew 9 mission. We'll have much more live coverage and commentary, so stick right where you are. We'll be right back with more coverage. You're watching Spaceflight Now.
Dragon, SpaceX for an update.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, just wanted to check in. Falcon and Dragon are still looking healthy for a launch attempt today. We're still watching the real-time weather For conditions at the T0, ascent corridor does still remain go based on the latest forecasts. At this time, we are trending to continue, and we expect to have the next update around the T-minus 1 hour mark. How copy?
And Freedom copies. Ascent corridor is good, and we're just looking at local weather. We'll get an update at the T-minus 1 hour, and crew's doing good.
Great to hear.
And as you just heard from that communication between Mission Control and Dragon Freedom, the ascent corridor is still tracking in a positive direction, and they're hopeful that things will be good enough for launch. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 12 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. The latest update from SpaceX, as mentioned, they are still keeping an eye on weather, of course, which they say is still 55% favorable for liftoff. So the percentage remains as it was when we entered today. Again, the next big launch weather update expected to come in the next roughly 12 minutes.
Dragon, heads up that we are going to be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize the low flow pressure system.
Freedom copies. Thanks for the heads up.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for section 5 of 4.100. Please report when you are go for launch.
And Freedom copies. We're go for section 5 and 4.01. I'm sorry, 4.100. SpaceX Freedom, Section 5, 5.4, we're go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Crew are ready for launch.
And we are now less than 1 hour away from the planned liftoff. Coming into the final decision about the weather coming up in the next couple of minutes here. Currently T-minus 58 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. We are now, of course, within an hour to the planned liftoff of the Crew 9 mission from Space Launch Complex 40. We are standing by for the next update from the Launch Weather Officer team, 45th Weather Squadron. Coming up on T-minus 56 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. Coming up about 10 minutes from now is when the SpaceX launch director will need to make the call on the start of prop load. T-minus 45 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes after that is when the crew access arm will swing away from the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon at the top of the vehicle. As we continue to progress into the final hour of the count, less than an hour now, I want to thank the more than 4,000 of you who are joining with us live today. If you haven't already, certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us, allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Also want to thank a few folks for your support. A thanks to Super Tech Boy for a couple of $2 super chats. One going to, I appreciate this, my caffeinated beverage fund. And another $2 to the Moderator Appreciation and Retirement Fund. Appreciate the support. Thanks to from Raj MGV, couple super chat for a super chat there. Brian Morris with a an Australian dollar super chat. Space Pony marking 27 months with us as a channel member at the pad leader level, saying send it. Grandpa Jim Pondu marking 3 months with us, saying thanks to Spaceflight Now for making these amazing videos available to us all. You're very welcome. We're happy to chip in with this live launch coverage, do our small part in helping to tell the story of space exploration. And I appreciate Space Pony for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. It's very kind of you. To our newest 5 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Space Pony in the live chat if you haven't already. Currently T-minus 53 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. As weather has played a large role in tracking the progress of this mission, we are going to be joined now by a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. So stand by as we prepare our cameras outside for that, and we'll be back with you with that live interview momentarily. And welcome back to our live coverage of the Crew 9 mission as we're preparing to see the rocket lift off
potentially in the next 50 minutes and just a few seconds. And fortunately, as we've been talking about the weather throughout this broadcast, we're joined by one of the launch weather officers with the 45th Weather Squadron, Arlene Moses. So good to see you again.
Hi, good to see you again as well.
And so, we've been listening to the calls about the weather and the communications between mission control and the crew. We're within an hour. We're about to start propellant load. How are we looking right now?
Things are looking better than they were a few minutes ago.
For a weather
that
update.
Activity that we had that passed overhead about the past 20, 40 minutes here has pushed off to the east, and now we're thankfully looking at a bit of a gap between that activity that's passed us and the next round of activity that's off to the southwest. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed we can keep any of our local activity down. Otherwise, we look pretty good to go here.
And just told by Steve in my ear that we're getting a weather update actually from your colleagues momentarily.
T-minus 45-minute mark.
Stephen, would you like us?
We'll let you know,
Okay, let's listen
along
in
with
for a moment.
the don't know go for a prop load, what that weather looks like. How copy?
Freedom copies. Outstanding news. Thank you.
Okay, by the sounds of it, it sounds like they're proceeding into propellant load, as you were just alluding to. So, within the next, 48 minutes, 48 seconds, what are some of the things that could potentially scuttle this? What are you and your team watching out for at this point?
The main thing we're going to be watching, we still have some of those remnant effects from Helene. I know Helene's moved far inland across the kind of Tennessee Valley right now, but we have a bit of a trailing boundary that's wrapped back around across us here in Central Florida this afternoon. And that's giving us that still bit of a tropical atmosphere with, on top of some of the bit of sunshine we're getting right now, can make things start to pop up, like we normally see in the summer. And so those are going to be what we're keeping an eye on here in the next kind of 40 to 50 minutes until our T0 this afternoon.
Yeah, during the pre-launch briefing, our colleague Brian Cizik was mentioning that Helene acting a little bit different than some of the other hurricane systems that have moved through the state of Florida and on up into the Georgia, Carolinas area, that it's creating a little more of a curve and, like you said, a wraparound effect, right?
That's correct. It became post-tropical. In other words, it kind of transitioned from being a tropical system to more like a nor'easter, if anybody's familiar with those type of systems, a cold core system, we'd call it. And because of that, it got a front attached with it. Just the same type of fronts we'd see in the wintertime. It come through. This one doesn't bring any cooler weather, unfortunately, but it does give us a little better chances for these thunderstorms that we've been seeing.
And the launch weather forecast that was put out yesterday was tracking the ascent corridor weather as moderate levels, but it sounds like it's been trending better today. Can you talk about sort of what's being watched and what potentially could still be in the area for that?
Yeah, the main thing too with that was Helene as well. As we probably heard if you were listening, Helene was a very, very large system, near the top of the size we've seen for this kind of area. And because of that, it still was some effects that was even off the coast into our ascent corridor. But as Helene has started to shift a little bit more to the inland and a little bit west of where it was, that's allowed conditions to clear up a little bit better over the ascent corridor.
Gotcha. And of course, it's not just the atmospheric conditions for the crew as it flies uphill, it's also for the potential recovery zone weather and the waves out there, but that's, I guess, not an impediment, it sounds like, at this point.
No, not right now. We're not tracking any significant concerns with the ascent corridor.
Gotcha. Anything else that folks should know or understand as we're continuing these next 46 minutes?
Just to keep an eye to the sky. We're watching the same thing. We're watching how things kind of evolve over the next kind of 40-45 minutes, and we can collectively keep our fingers crossed. We can keep those thunderstorms at bay here until we can get our crew safely off into space this afternoon.
And of course, if it's not today, they have opportunities tomorrow and Monday if need be.
Yes, we do. Fairly similar weather, though a little bit drier, so things won't be quite as spicy as we saw today.
Like spice on food, not in the weather. Arlene Moses.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having us.
And of course, we are now within less than a minute away from the call and the start of prop load. So we're going to go ahead and step back inside where we have much more live coverage for you coming up here. You're watching Spaceflight Now, live coverage of the Crew 9 mission.
And launch control at this time. You may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Launch control copies. Arming now.
And a good update there is we're now T-minus 44 minutes, 38
Crew arm
seconds.
is armed for motion.
And we're getting ready to see the crew arm swing away from the Dragon spacecraft. And there it goes.
Crew access arm retraction has started.
With the crew access arm now having swung away. The next
Crew access arm retraction complete.
event that we're looking for is for the launch escape system of the Dragon spacecraft to be armed. The crew of NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov have been here before through this process of getting into the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
So they went through a dry dress rehearsal.
And Freedom copies, we're go, Section 6.
That came up on Tuesday before Hurricane Helene passed through. And so they've gone through this mission profile up to, of course, the point of launch.
SpaceX Freedom, visors are closed, and we are arming the launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
Visors are down. The launch escape system has been armed. Again, this is an emergency precaution. So if there were an emergency prior to launch with the Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon spacecraft would be able to make a quick escape away using the Super Draco thrusters. Now less than 42 minutes to the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Good call. The launch escape system armed. Again, this is an emergency contingency in the case that it were needed. Nice dual view of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon spacecraft on top. It's been fairly gloomy. You're taking a look at the satellite view here. To add to our conversation with Arlene Moses, just an update from NASA commentator Daryl Nail. That track they were just seeing of those clouds is pushing its way out toward here. However, it will not arrive until after T0. We're now less than 5 minutes away, or just about 5 minutes away from the start of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. That will start with RP-1 being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage.
Tanks are venting for the start of propellant load.
Good call. That propellant load about to start. Now less than 2 minutes away. Heard a little bit of pad noise. We're now T-minus 36 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. Just about a minute away from start of fueling. Now less than 30 seconds from the start of prop load. Should be hearing a call out for that momentarily.
Propellant load has started.
And a good call from SpaceX Mission Control. Propellant load now starting as RP1, or rocket grade kerosene, is now beginning to flow on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages. Liquid oxygen will be loaded on the Falcon 9's first stage. As we see the LOX begin to fill the stage 1 tanks, you'll see the frost level on the outside of the Falcon 9 first stage start to climb as the super cold densified liquid oxygen flows. Now T-minus 34 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who is the commander of this mission, formerly the pilot before the crew assignment switch, preparing to make his second trip to the International Space Station. However, this will be his third time launching. His first go-around on the MS-10 mission went far from planned, as there was a catastrophic failure with the Soyuz rocket, which called for abort as the rocket was beginning to climb. We had the opportunity to speak with Nick Hague out at the Johnson Space Center before he made his way to Florida in preparation for this launch. This was back when he was serving as the pilot for the mission, but still obviously a key part of Crew 9. We asked him about that experience with the in-flight abort and how it helps his thinking regarding human spaceflight. So this is NASA astronaut and commander of the Crew 9 mission, Nick Hague.
Even going into that, I think everybody that gets ready to strap themselves onto a rocket understands that this is a complex, really challenging problem, and there is inherent risk. What we do is dangerous, and we do lots of things to manage and control that, but stuff happens. And so that's why we've got the layers of redundancy and systems that are going to keep us safe in those moments where something goes wrong. And that's a great example of the human ingenuity to put the things in place, recognizing we need those when the human system fails in another aspect. And so what happened, right? We're pointed straight up, going 4,000 miles an hour, and when one part of a rocket decides to slam into the other part of the rocket, you get one of those rapid, unexplained disassemblies that happens. It's like a roller coaster. You shake to the side, the rockets had pulled us away, and in that moment, all that training that we had done leading up to that launch kicks in, and you're focused on your procedures and running those procedures as perfect as you possibly can, because you know that that's how you're going to get down on the ground safely. It's an easier thing for the operator in the moment to endure and to go through than it is for everyone else that has to be on the ground and watch it happen. And so I think for me, it didn't change the reality of what spaceflight means, but for so many of my friends and family, they understand now in a very tangible way just how difficult it is, what we do, but they also at the same time appreciate just how important what we do is, and that's why we keep doing it.
And Commander Nick Hague preparing to make that voyage once more in just a little more than 31 minutes. Now T-minus 30 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. Coming up, the next milestone will be the loading of cryogenic helium onto the pressure vessels, the Falcon 9's first stage. Helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight.
Start of stage 1 cryo-helium loading.
And there you hear that call on the stage 1 cryo load. Again, that helium used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Same process will happen in another few minutes on the Falcon 9's second stage. When the crew arrived, they touched down at Space Florida's launch and landing facility, formerly the Space Shuttle landing facility. We had the opportunity to ask some questions of the commander and mission specialist. One of the notable things that folks may notice about this mission is that the NASA patch, which formerly bore the names of the original 4 crew members, now is starkly nameless. So when we had the opportunity to talk to Commander Nick Hague here, we asked him about that and the decision and its symbolism, if you will, with this mission and how it's changed. So here once again is NASA astronaut, Space Force Guardian, and commander of the Crew 9 mission, Nick Hague.
Yeah, the lack of names on the patch, I think, is emblematic of, like I said before, this mission is bigger than any one crew. It's bigger than any one person. And so we've got a dynamic challenge ahead of us, and it in the response to how do we adjust and how do we adapt to do the mission that we've got to do. I've never felt closer to my crewmates. That bond that you've built, that we built for the better part of a year and a half with Zena and Stephanie was as strong as ever, as they're working side by side with us, helping getting us ready. And then, we don't just train together when we're assigned, we train together before that. And so I've had opportunities to work with Butch and Suni. I've had opportunities to train as part of Knowles and share a tent with Suni for 10 days in the wilderness. And so we know each other, and we're professionals, and we step up and do what's asked of us. So I'm looking forward to working with them, and I think we're going to pull together without a problem.
And again, that was Crew 9 Commander Nick Hague. Now, teeing up this clip, I mentioned that Hague is a Space Force Guardian. He's got the rank of Colonel. He'll be making history as the first Space Force Guardian to launch to space. However, he will not be the first Guardian who has been in space, since Mike Hopkins, during the Crew 1 mission, transferred from the Air Force to the Space Force in the midst of the Crew 1 mission. So he's got the distinction of being the first Guardian on orbit. But Nick Hague will have, of course, the notable place in history of being the first Guardian to launch to space as a Guardian, lifting off from Earth. We're now T-minus 26 minutes, 16 seconds and counting. We are coming up on the point of that cryogenic helium being loaded on board the Falcon 9's second stage. Listen for the call out from that as well.
Start of stage 2 cryohelium loading.
And a good call from Mission Control. So far, all progressing towards good liftoff of the crew in just a little more than 25 minutes.
And Freedom, this is LD on countdown for weather update.
Freedom's with the LD.
All right, we have continued to have good trends. The cell development that we have been monitoring is continuing to stay at bay. We are trending favorably through the remainder of the count, and PUV will remain still at the 30-35%. However, we're optimistic that we may have found our gap in the sky.
Yeah, Freedom copies. You're optimistic. We're optimistic. Let's do this.
Optimism to share between crew and mission control, as you just heard, weather continues to trend in a favorable direction, which is certainly what the crew and what all of us that are covering the mission like to hear. Now 23 minutes, 57 seconds counting away from the planned liftoff of this crew. We're just a couple of minutes away from the start of the so-called big vent, as SpaceX begins to chill the feed lines ahead of second stage liquid oxygen load. It's coming up beginning at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds, though we'll start to see the big vent at about T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds. We're now T-minus 21 minutes and counting. We're coming up on the call for the start of Feedline Chill. And the big vent now underway at the pad. Good sign that fueling is continuing on time.
Stage 2 fuel load is complete.
And on track. Now T-minus 18 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. Got less than 2 minutes left, about a minute and a half exactly for the big vent before that tapers off. As this vent continues and prepares to taper off in just a little more than a minute from now. I want to thank a few folks for your support this afternoon. Our thanks to Valerie Jones for being a channel member for 9 months, saying thanks for all the great coverage in the last 9 months. Appreciate your support of it, Valerie. Sulfur for lunch with a 50 SEK super chat. Really appreciate that. Bill Evans with a $10 super chat saying keep up the good work, great coverage. Appreciate your support of our coverage this afternoon, Bill. Channel member Larry Mask with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Larry. SG, good to see you this afternoon with a $3 super chat. Chuck Close, one of our wonderful channel members, joining us with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Chuck, for supporting us at that level. Don Pierce with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Don. And my mother, Mary Robinson, joining us this afternoon. So everyone in the live chat, give Mama Robinson a big Spaceflight now hello. Now T-minus 16 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. You can see the big vent beginning to taper off here. Wrapping up in the next few seconds. Setting up for second stage LOX load.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
To begin right now. This is the final piece of the loading pie that had not yet begun, now underway. appreciate the now more than 9,500 of you who are joining with us live. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us, allow some more folks to find their way into our live coverage as we continue on in the last less than 16 minutes before liftoff. Speaking of launch, I want to talk about where this Falcon 9 rocket is going to be heading up once it launches. For the first time, a Crew Dragon spacecraft preparing to lift off from Pad 40, Space Launch Complex 40, Slick 40 as it's also known at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, heading up to the ISS, meaning it's going to be flying in a northeasterly trajectory along the coast of the eastern United States. So for those in the northeast, Florida, Georgia, and possibly into the Carolinas, go ahead and keep your eyes to the skies, and hopefully there's not too many clouds where you are, and you might see the Falcon 9 as it begins its climb uphill. That red line is the trajectory of the Falcon 9 first stage booster, tail number B1085 in the SpaceX fleet, making its second flight today. It's going to be returning for a land landing, very appropriately at a spot called Landing Zone 1 over at the Cape. If all is successful with this booster operation, this will be the 45th booster landing at LZ-1, the 56th time a booster has landed on land in Florida, and the 352nd booster landing for SpaceX to date. With this mission, SpaceX will also have flown 54 individuals. Now T-minus 13 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. The Crew Dragon that you see there at the top of the spacecraft is named Freedom. It was named by the original crew that flew aboard it. That was Crew 4, who launched from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center here back on April 27th of 2022. The crew who flies first gets naming rights of the Dragon, and the next time that's going to happen is set for the Crew 10 mission, in which the 5th Crew Dragon spacecraft to enter the fleet will be named by the Crew 10 cadre of astronauts and cosmonaut. This particular Dragon, as I mentioned, making its 4th flight. You take a look back at its history. Flying first with Crew 4 between April and October of 2022. It next took to the skies again with the private astronaut mission called Axiom Mission 2, sending 4 astronauts on behalf of Axiom Space up to the International Space Station. That was back in the May pocket of 2023, led by former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson. It then flew back to the space station with the 3rd mission from Axiom Space, AX-3 or Axiom Mission 3, just earlier this year. Now getting ready to make its 4th jaunt up to the orbiting outpost, beginning in 12 minutes and 10 seconds. As the super cold liquid oxygen being loaded on board the Falcon 9's 1st and 2nd stages meets the much warmer, more humid Florida air, you can see some of that vapor forming on the skin of the rocket. It's causing that vapor and the frost that you're seeing on the vehicle. We're coming up at T-minus 10 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. We're coming up on the comm check.
Dragon SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
And SpaceX Freedom, we can confirm our displays are configured for launch. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the entire team around the world for your hard work and dedication to get us to this point. Alex and I are ready and honored to represent you and everyone back on Earth. A huge thanks to our families and friends for your unwavering support, and to Crew 9, unbreakable. We go together.
SpaceX copies. You've proven you're ready, Dragon, and we're looking forward to seeing a full capsule at splashdown.
Some good words from Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. As the teams perform their final checks, here's one more look at the duo who is about to fly on this mission. A changeover from the original crew complement, which consisted of these four here. In the middle of Nick and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov, wearing the ball cap. That is Zena Cardman, a member of the 2017 astronaut class, who was set to make her first flight to space, and Stephanie Wilson, mission specialist, making a return to space. Both were pulled from the mission in order to make room for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. The change reflected in both the SpaceX and the NASA crew patches. The NASA patch on the left, the SpaceX patch on the right. The crew, as you can see illustrated in the SpaceX patch, the Crew Dragon will return with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams following the decision made to return Starliner without her crew, as NASA still had too many questions lingering with the spacecraft, the Starliner spacecraft. Butch Wilmore on the left, Suni Williams on the right have been on station since their Starliner spacecraft docked back on June 6th. Now full members of Expedition 72. In fact, Suni Williams was named commander of the space station during this expedition. Some of the changes that have been made to allow for them to stay on station now that Starliner is gone. Take a look at this regular configuration of Crew Dragon spacecraft with the 4 crew seats up top, and the C5 through 7 are areas that can perform the duties of being extra seats.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Good call from Mission Control that engine chill started. It's the process of flowing some liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps to protect them from the risk of thermal shock and damage. While Butch and Suni are waiting for this Dragon to arrive at the station, if there was an emergency in which those on board the ISS needed to evacuate, Crew 8's Dragon spacecraft has been configured with these seats in those C positions. This is in the C5 slot. Some foam from the space station as well as some of the cargo has been configured into a seat that would allow them, again, in an emergency, to be able to leave the space station along with the rest of the Crew 8 team.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Good call for the RP-1 being topped off on the Falcon 9's first stage. Once the Crew Dragon Freedom is docked to the International Space Station, there will be A little bit longer of a handover. Normally it's about 5 days, but they're going to stay up there until about October 7th nominally, depending on weather, and that's in order to deconfigure the Crew 8 spacecraft from what you see here on your screen back to its normal configuration, and to make sure the seats on the Crew Dragon Freedom are in the correct configuration to support Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams. We're now T-minus 5 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. Coming up on the Dragon, transitioning to internal power momentarily. Should hear a call for that.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strongback retract.
Dragon in configure for terminal count.
Two good callouts from SpaceX. Shortly we'll be seeing the clamp arms beneath the Dragon trunk opening up, and then the transporter erector, or the strong back, will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. Strong back will remain in that
retract has started.
configuration until liftoff, when it will pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. Now T-minus 3 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Less than a minute from now, we'll see the next milestone call out. That's the first stage liquid oxygen load being complete. Seeing a lot more sun on the rocket, certainly a nice visual indication that we're in a better position than we were much earlier in the countdown. Now T-minus 3 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. Should be hearing the call out for stage 1 LOX load being complete in about 5 or so seconds from now.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Good call on stage 1 LOX load.
Dragon in terminal count and on internal power.
Good pair of calls here. The final bit of fueling that we're looking for is stage 2 LOX load being complete, at which point the Falcon 9 will be fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. As we approach that milestone, want to thank a few more folks for your support. First off, a big thank you to the now more than 19.5 thousand of you who are watching with us live. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us, allow some more folks to find their way in now that we are less than, or just about 2 minutes away from liftoff, the first crewed liftoff from Pad 40.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
With that call out, the Falcon 9 is now fully loaded.
Dragon in auto idle.
Coming up on 1.5 minutes left to liftoff.
Ground gas closeouts has started. Expect loud venting.
The ground gas closeouts, or the venting that you're seeing there on your screen, they're just letting the crew know that it will be quite loud from their vantage point. Want to quickly thank Mr. Jim Edgar for a very generous $50 super chat, saying Jim Edgar and Lisa Bean watching from Snoqualmie, Washington again. Can't seem to make it to Florida, but go Falcon 9. And with that, we are now just about 1 minute away from launch, so we're going to return to the live chat on the other side of liftoff. For now, let's focus in on this final minute of the countdown with this crewed flight.
FDS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon in countdown.
We are now within the final minute before the liftoff of the Crew 9 flight.
Freedom, SpaceX, go for launch.
And with that, we have our final go for launch.
Freedom is go for launch.
Acknowledged by the crew. We are now 30 seconds
T-minus
away
30 seconds.
from the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket. Again, making history as the first crewed flight from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, coming up in less than 20 seconds.
15 seconds.
And here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff of the Crew 9 flight, launching into the history books. The first crewed flight from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower. $1.7 million of thrust are bringing this Falcon 9 coming up through the clouds as NASA astronaut Nick Hague is making his return to space. Mission specialist Alex Gorbunov making his first trip. Let's listen in.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Good call for Max Q. Falcon 9 traveling faster than the speed of sound, and we're a little more than a minute into flight.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy 1 Bravo.
We're coming up on a few different events in fairly rapid succession.
MVac chill is underway.
They're thermally conditioning the Merlin vacuum engine for ignition. What we'll see now are main engine cutoff at T plus 2 minutes and 27 seconds. All 9 Merlin engines will cease firing, setting up for stage separation 3 seconds after that. Then the Merlin vacuum engine will ignite about 7 seconds after separation. Then the boost back burn will begin at T plus 2 minutes 43 seconds, lasting until about T plus 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Again, this Falcon 9 first stage booster B-1085 looking to make its return for a touchdown at LZ1 or landing zone 1.
Stage 1 is throttling down.
Good call on throttle down. Taking a look up through the inner stage.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
And stage separation.
Stage 2 Alpha.
MVac ignition.
Copy 2 Alpha.
And a great view of the first stage as it begins to drift away from the Falcon 9 second stage. Looks like that boost back burn is just about to begin. Now 3.5 minutes into flight. Those pulses you're seeing on the Falcon 9 first stage are the cold gas thrusters. We're past the point where
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
should have heard a call out for the boost back burn startup
Freedom copy, nominal trajectory.
and conclusion. Didn't hear those call outs, but with the call out for a nominal trajectory, they may just have not called that out over the comms. A little more than 4 minutes to flight. We're coming up on the first stage entry burn beginning, according to the SpaceX timeline. It's set to begin at about T plus 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Lasting just about 12 seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Good call, nominal trajectory for this Falcon 9 mission so far. We're now about less than a minute away from the start of that entry burn. As the booster returns, you're seeing some ground tracking views from SpaceX. We've got our own cameras trying to train on the booster. It's quite difficult given the amount of clouds where our cameras are positioned, but we're trying to bring those views to you, and as soon as we've got eyes on the booster, we'll be sure to show
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Our vantage point.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
That entry burn underway. Didn't hear a call out for it, but it started and stopped. We may just not be getting calls for the first stage booster for whatever reason. But the timing lined up with the nominal timeline for that first stage booster, or entry burn. By the timeline, we're coming up on the first stage landing burn, T plus 7
Dragon,
minutes.
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
22 minutes.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Coming up on the start of the landing burn, well, they'll ignite just one of the engines on the Falcon 9's first stage. You can see views of landing zone 1 coming into view. And a good touchdown of B-1085 out at landing zone 1.
Stage 2, FTS has safed.
And the sound of the sonic booms just making their way to us here at the press site. Giving some of those birds out there a start, I'm sure. Coming up on the 8th minute into flight, the Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon 9's second stage set to cease its burn, coming up now less than a minute.
Terminal guidance.
Shannon.
That call for
Copy,
Shannon passing by the abort zone for Shannon, Ireland. That's just a in-case abort landing zone if that were needed at this station flight, which it is not.
MVAC shutdown.
All remaining nominal with this Falcon 9 upper stage, as you heard the call for MVAC shutdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Good call for a nominal orbital insertion.
And Freedom copies nominal orbital insertion.
The Falcon 9 performs just one.
Dragon SpaceX, launch escape system disarmed.
There's just
Freedom copies, LES disarmed.
one burn of the upper stage engine prior to Dragon separation. And with the conclusion of the first burn of the Merlin vacuum engine, Nick and Alex are starting to feel the effects of microgravity on their bodies, and hopefully we'll be getting some views inside the capsule shortly. That view you just saw from looking up into the trunk of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon separation is coming up just after the 12-minute mark, according to the SpaceX timeline of things. This again marks Nick Hague's second journey to the International Space Station, well on its way, and the first for cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov. Now getting our first views of the crew experiencing microgravity for the first time on this flight. A first for Gorbunov. An unforgettable experience, I'm sure. Keep your eyes peeled. We're looking for signs of the 0G indicator. Usually some kind of stuffed animal or icon, giving a nice visual indication of them entering into that microgravity environment, although not sure I can see it at this point, but keep your eyes peeled. It would be attached to a, usually like a black tether. But you can see, looking at the seat that would have been occupied by Gorbunov in a 4-person crew contingency, starting to float a little bit beside him, so you can see a little bit of visual indication of the microgravity that they are now experiencing. Coming up on Dragon separation, less than 20 seconds. And we see Dragon separation now.
Dragon SpaceX, Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon now flying free for the first time on this mission.
And Freedom copies, good separation.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. Nick, Alex, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9 today and wish you a great mission.
And Freedom, this is Launch Director on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the entire Crew 9 team. Zena, Stephanie, Nick, Alex, Butch, and Suni. It's an honor to be a part of this mission with all of you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the Falcon 9 Crew 9 combo. The best bundle in the league, baby. Godspeed, Crew 9.
Couldn't say it any better. Thank you guys. You know, we had the opportunity to meet so many people that were involved with the Falcon 9, and along the way was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma. Alex has got a few words to add as well.
All the entities that made this launch possible. The Roscosmos, NASA, Big SpaceX. And thank you to my family and friends for their support. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of people around the world who are involved in the development of space technologies and to move humanity forward. Today's launch is also their accomplishment. Хочу сказать спасибо Роскосмосу, НАСА совместно со SpaceX за успешный запуск человека на орбиту, за очередной успешный запуск, и также поблагодарить родных и близких за поддержку. Спасибо.
some good words from SpaceX up to the crew and from the crew down to all of us here on Earth. You can see a little bit of rotation of Dragon. Some great views of our pale blue dot down below. A little more than 14 minutes.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress.
And Freedom copies all. Thank you.
So it looks like, unfortunately, the views of Dragon from the Falcon 9 upper stage are drifting away. One of the items that was demonstrated during the recently launched and completed Polaris Dawn mission was the addition of Starlink internet service on board that Dragon spacecraft named Resilience. In speaking with some of the NASA folks and also with the Polaris Dawn crew ahead of time, they said that likely the plug-and placer or some future version of it would likely be integrated on board future Dragon spacecraft to allow for even better connectivity with the crew as they make journeys to and from the International Space Station. No firm plans in place on exactly when that might happen, but look for that addition with future Falcon flights, the plug-and placer as they call it, part of which is built into the Dragon's trunk. At the conclusion of this mission, NASA astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni will be joining NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov for a return trip, splashing down off the coast of Florida in the February 2025 time frame. That coming after NASA made the decision to return Starliner without its crew, which is the reason that Crew 9 is launching with 2 crew members on board, but will return with 4. The splashdown of Crew 9 off the coast of Florida may be the last time that a crew mission splashes down in the Atlantic or Gulf waters near the Sunshine State, as during the course of next year they will begin to transition Dragon activities to recovery operations on the West Coast. Reason being the Dragon trunk, which was thought to burn up entirely, did see a number of instances where large chunks of the Dragon trunk made their way back down and landed on land. Fortunately, there were no reported injuries from Dragon trunk landings. However, in order to promote further safety, they've decided to harken back to earlier eras of the Dragon spacecraft and return recovery operations off the coast of California. Again, that could start as soon as the Crew 10 mission, although that has not formally been decided yet. You're seeing the nose cone deploy right here. With Nick and Alex currently on orbit, there are now 14 people currently off Earth. The record was set back when Polaris Dawn was on orbit, and there was a total of 19 people orbiting the Earth. Continuing to track the progress of the nose cone opening up. It's about a 28-hour trip following liftoff before they dock with the International Space Station. As we heard during our interview with the representative of the Space TV-1 payload from SEN, Liam Kennedy, the director of that mission, they'll be providing 4K views from the International Space Station as Crew Dragon Freedom makes its approach tomorrow evening. The box on your left is still the view from the Dragon's nose cone. Of course, the box on the right toggling between Earth views and looking back at the Merlin vacuum engine of the Falcon 9's second stage. Do want to thank one of our moderators, Aussie Space Girl, for joining us.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal nose cone opening. We do have just about 3 minutes here left in the ground station pass if you've got any fluffy stowaways you'd like to introduce.
Copies, good Draco checkout, good nose cone opening. And I just so happen to have a furry friend with me. SpaceX Freedom, so yeah, I've got a in here. I love the package of Falcon 9, Crew 9. Yeah, we've got a Falcon on board with us. This one's a multi-flyer though. On my first flight with Alexei and I, and Christina, and now Alex. So say hello to Aurora.
And we see your Dragon. Actually, a good view right now because we're looking at the display cam.
And a good view of Aurora, the Falcon. This being the first time a zero-G indicator...
And Dragon delayed call, but nominal TCS reconfiguration as well as forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
Freedom copies, good TCS, good Draco checkouts.
This is the first cross-vehicle zero-G indicator, I believe, in the commercial crew program era, at least. Flying first with Nick aboard his Soyuz MS-12 flight, and now coming back around to fly aboard Crew Dragon. Again, with this mission, SpaceX has now flown a total of 54 individuals to space. 2 people have flown twice. Former NASA astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria flew aboard the AX-1 and AX-3 missions as the commander of those private astronaut flights to the ISS. And of course, Jared Isaacman has flown now twice as the commander of Inspiration 4 and then most recently as the commander of Polaris Dawn. As we continue to see these views from inside the Dragon spacecraft. In fact, actually in this vantage point, you can see the mission patches for the previous 3 flights that it has flown. Just beyond Alex's visor there, you see closest to him, that is the AX-3 mission patch. To its left is AX-2, and finally on the far left was Crew 4, the Dragonfly logo. Want to thank some folks for their support as we're winding down our views from inside the Dragon spacecraft. Thank you to Tobe Wobe for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that. Patty Chichil gifting $5, one of our wonderful channel members, saying thank you Spaceflight Now and mods. Always great coverage. Appreciate your support, Patty. Eller Flats with a $1 super chat. Appreciate you, Eller. Marcia Locurto with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Marcia, pardon me. Commuting in Atlanta, which interesting handle, as Atlanta was quite soggy and socked in with Hurricane Elaine. Hopefully they're doing all right commuting. But with some kind words, best broadcast on the internet. Thank you so much for those words of support. Stephen Fraser marking 7 months as a channel member, saying go Falcon 9, Dragon, and Crew 9. Carl Frustenberg. Hopefully that was not just a complete botching of that, but appreciate you being a channel member with us for 26 months. Marking that as liftoff is happening by the sounds of it. The Russian Floof Cat, another one of our channel members, with a $2 super chat, and once more to the stars. Mama Robinson once more with another $20 super chat, saying bravo. Appreciate that, Mom. SG with a $5 super chat.
Dragon SpaceX for burn briefing.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, ground has pulled go for the upcoming far phase burn in about 20 minutes. And then I do have some notes for you about comm coverage during that period when you're ready to copy.
Good words exchanged between the crew and Mission Control.
Okay, we're go for the burn coming up in 18 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're ready to copy.
Okay, Dragon, we are expecting to lose our TDRS coverage at 1753 Zulu. That's in about 8 minutes. Ground will not have TDRS coverage during the far burn. We're expecting to pick up coverage again at 1810 Zulu. How copy so far?
And Dragon copies, we're going to be LS from 1753 to 1810.
That's good readback, Dragon. We will have some ground station coverage just prior to the burn, so we will be able to hear calls from you but not make calls up to you. And then one last note about suit doffing. Once the far burn is complete with a nominal burn, you have a go for suit doffing per 4.012. And we'll be taking cameras external before this TDRS pass expires. How copy?
Copy that you're going to have some ground station coverage just prior to the burn, so you're going to be able to hear us but not talk to us. We'll be AOS for that TDRS, but after the far field phasing burn, we're going to step into suit doffing. We're expecting you to take cameras external before we start doffing suits.
That's all a good readback, Dragon.
Good exchange between Dragon and Mission Control. As you heard, there's another burn coming up in a little more than 17 minutes. They're also preparing to step into suit doffing, the point at which they can take off the flight suits that they were wearing on the ride uphill. But before that, they will take the cameras that have been giving us views inside the Dragon spacecraft back outside, give the crew some privacy as they are changing. Coming back to our live chat, I want to thank a few more folks that have...
Dragon, no response required. Cameras are external.
Popped in to hear the call there. Camera's now external, so the crew
Good copies, thank you.
acknowledges and now has some privacy for the suit doffing. Our thanks to Ian Lita for a $5 super chat saying, good to be here again for another great launch. Thanks for the great coverage. Appreciate that, Lita. Good to see you as always. Joe Cepeda with $2 super chats. The second one saying, amazing. Rainy Day with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Rainy Day, with a little bit of love. And Luena Martinez Diaz with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Luena, saying, awesome coverage again. Kudos to all of you and the SpaceX team and the NASA team as well. Obviously, this is a big team effort. Also, lots of support from over with the 45th Weather Squadron, obviously doing a lot of work to make sure that this launch was able to find the clearance that it needed, and the Space Launch Delta 45 Guardians were supporting the first crewed launch off of Pad 40, with surely more to come. We're now T plus 31 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. As we begin to wind down our coverage, do want to bring you some of the work from our launch photography team, specifically Michael Kane, who's been out gathering lots of great images from liftoff to booster landing. I want to share some of those with you now. It's, of course, marking the moment of this historic liftoff, the first crewed flight to ascend from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Falcon 9 climbing higher as it makes its climb above this, or into the skies above Florida's Space Coast. And then on the literal and figurative flip side, the first stage booster making its way back. With this landing burn, you can see the green of the T-tab ignition fluid. And actually, just a little bit before that, you can see the booster as it was making its way back following the entry burn before that landing burn began. And with that, we're going to go ahead and begin to wind down our live coverage today of this mission. Let's go ahead and step through our mission stats as we always do to close things out, let you know where things stand with SpaceX and other launch operators around the world. This flight marked the second launch of Falcon 9 booster B1085. This was the 378th Falcon 9 launch to date, the 93rd launch for SpaceX of a Falcon 9 in 2024. This was the 321st Falcon booster reflight, with a launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This is SpaceX's 96th overall launch of the year, including one Falcon Heavy rocket launch back in June and 2 launches of their Starship rocket from southern Texas. This was the 122nd orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 207th orbital launch from this pad, Slick 40, the workhorse for SpaceX, and this was the 262nd overall orbital launch from pad 40. With good liftoff, here's where the Falcon bar chart stands. SpaceX now just 2 orbital launches away with the Falcon rocket from tying the total number of launches that they achieved in all of 2023. Moving on to some recovery stats, this was the 45th landing of a booster at LZ1, or Landing Zone 1. That marked the 56th land landing in Florida, the 76th landing on land, including booster touchdowns in California, and this was the 352nd overall booster landing for SpaceX. Finally, with some industry stats, this was the 66th orbital launch from Florida. We're also coming up on eclipsing the total number of launches that the Sunshine State saw last year. There were 72 in total. This was the 100th orbital launch from U.S. soil, the 110th from a U.S. rocket company, and the 181st orbital launch from around the globe. There have been 6 launch mishaps so far this year. Here's where our pie chart currently stands. U.S. holding on to 61% of the pie. China, with its 46 launches, has a solid quarter. Russia in the 3rd spot with 11 missions. Japan now in the 4th spot still with 5. India and Iran tied with 3 apiece. European Space Agency with 2. And North Korea with 1 that happened to be a failure. And with that, we're coming up on 40 minutes post-flight. We're going to go ahead and wind things down with our live launch coverage with this mission. It's been a very busy and active morning. We certainly appreciate all of you who have been with us throughout this saga of coverage. The updates on the Crew 9 mission, though, are still not quite done yet. Of course, they've got their journey to the International Space Station that is continuing on until docking, set up for tomorrow about 5:30 p.m. PM Eastern. But also this afternoon, we are anticipating a post-launch briefing that is currently scheduled, if everything remains on track, for 3 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon. So again, look for further updates on the Crew 9 mission, now successfully on its way to the International Space Station at this point in time. And if you haven't gotten your fill of live launch coverage, we are not done yet for the weekend. It is still a busy time in spaceflight, as it always and forever seems to be these days. Coming up for SpaceX, they've got one more launch to notch under their belt that is coming up from California. Just pulling up the times of this one. This is the OneWeb Launch 20 mission. This is the final batch of the original Gen 1 OneWeb satellites manufactured right here on Florida's Space Coast. As a matter of fact, at the Airbus OneWeb satellite manufacturing facility, not too far away from the Kennedy Space Center. That mission looking to lift off on a Falcon 9 rocket close to midnight. This is 11:54 p.m. Pacific for the flight of that Falcon 9 rocket. So for those on the West Coast, be sure to keep your eyes to the skies. Hopefully conditions are clear and you might see the rocket streak across the night sky just as the clock is about, or strikes midnight. Good opportunity for some launch photographers, or if it's your first foray, a good night streak shot is always a fun one to try to capture. If they are not able to launch tonight, they do have a backup opportunity on Monday, September 30th at 11:49 p.m. Pacific. And of course, right back here at the Kennedy Space Center, as we're working to reestablish our pad shot of Launch Complex 39A. I'll let you know. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Stephen. The Falcon Heavy mission, which is the reason why the Crew 9 mission did not launch off this pad, a planetary flight to the ocean moon of Europa is on deck, coming up no earlier than October 10th for this latest Falcon Heavy rocket launch. Getting ready to send that important payload on its way. NASA touts it as the largest planetary spacecraft that they've ever built, getting ready to lift off and make its way out to Jupiter's moon, Europa. A little bit more close to now, lifting off from Pad 40, of course, is another important mission, another planetary style operation. This is called Hera, a sequel, if you will, to the planetary defense mission you might remember from a couple years ago called DART, when NASA took the DART spacecraft and slammed it into an asteroid. Well, Hera's coming along in the aftermath to go survey the impacts of the DART mission and learn a little bit more about exactly how much the trajectory of that asteroid was altered and what the impact crater looks like. So several exciting missions. Now, good time as ever to go ahead and subscribe to Spaceflight now. Be sure you turn on notifications, and that way you'll be notified whenever we start these live launch broadcasts or post new video content to the YouTube channel here. Want to thank our wonderful moderators in the live chat, Callistia Lee and Aussie Space Girl. Appreciate you both. Our thanks as well to our wonderful channel member community here on YouTube. Thanks to Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions, to Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images, to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, our photographer, Michael Kane, our other photographer, Adam Bernstein, with us in spirit. And most importantly, a big thanks to you for watching wherever you are around the world. We know you have many options when it comes to live launch coverage, and we thank you for choosing Spaceflight Now. For all of us here at the Spaceflight Now team, I'm Will Robinson Smith. You may see me pop up in the briefing coming up in just a little less than an hour, so be sure to tune in. We'll go ahead and throw that up on Launchpad Live so you can watch it there. That's our 24-hour live stream channel here on our YouTube channel. So for the SFN team, once more, a big thank you for supporting us. These live launch marathons don't happen in a silo, so thanks to everyone that makes it a reality. And until the next go around, be sure to be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. And until then, bye-bye.